Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. It's Fugitive Games stream time again. I think this is officially a record. Might have already been a record as of yesterday. For most streams in a 7-day period. Yeah. We have, this is the third Great Ace Attorney Chronicles stream. Let's get back in there. This is pretty much exactly where we left off yesterday. But to be completely honest with everybody, I don't have the best memory currently of exactly what was being said up till now. So I might need to reread through this history real quick. That's right. Okay, so it's all coming back to me. We have Hosonaga. I guess he's going to become a recurring character. And I'm not sure if I want to keep the voice I established for him. We'll see, we'll see. I reserve the right to change his voice at any time. But long story short, if you did not catch the first couple streams, we're in the middle of the second episode. Ryunosuke, our hero, has woke up inside, or was awoken inside of a closet, because he was stowing away on the ship that Kazuma was on in order to go to Europe, to study abroad. He was stowing away, and then somehow Kazuma was murdered in a locked room, and now we are the prime suspect again. So this, man, we're getting accused of murder twice in a row. That's pretty intense. So I think I've already examined everything that I can about this room. I think that's what I was trying to get done before I ended the stream yesterday. Indeed. Yeah, I've inspected everything. Everything has a check mark, which is a quality of life improvement that I love in the newer Phoenix or Ace Attorney games, because I just like knowing that I'm done with stuff, which is something that AI Somnium Files isn't the best at doing. When you're just trying to examine things in the environment, they are very, they don't seem to care that much about giving you peace of mind, because you can exhaust so many things and have it tell you almost nothing. Alright. Let's talk to him. I usually like to converse and then present. That's my usual MO when it comes to these games, and I think that's what a lot of other people do as well. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? Right. Hosonaga had just revealed himself as a member of the crew, because he likes to go undercover in places. Oh, that's gonna be his gimmick, huh? He's gonna show up in every single place with a brand new outfit, isn't he? Alright. That'll be strong if that's what he does. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku. Jigoku, really? That's just hell. Minister of Justice hell. Jigoku, who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. He entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. As they were expecting this? Whoa. I can't believe they were expecting him to have assassination attempts on his life. That's interesting. Assassinated? How could that even be? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said he should be prepared. We should be prepared for all eventualities. I'm reading too fast. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. Actually, I don't see why you wouldn't imagine it could happen there. Don't people like to target people, like, when they're sleeping and stuff? Like, that seems like a prime opportunity for a lot of would-be assassins, you know? Anyhow. Oh, actually, I want to do a very quick check of my own mic and make sure I'm actually picking up on the stream. So you might hear something for a second. Hold on. Never mind. Okay, we're good. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Alright then, Hosonaga. Give me permission to investigate my own shit. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Oh, sorry. Wrong voice. What did you just say? Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Wow, that's drastic. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. A murderer as well. It's hard to say that last in murderer. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. There. Well, I guess this is the very first investigation, like, section of the game, so they're having to tutorialize a little bit. It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the Present panel, and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Alright, baby's first presenting. Actually, what options are in move? Oh, okay, he has no options because he's not allowed to leave yet. Good. Can't just roll over and accept my fate. I have to find a way out of this cabin. If I'm going to turn this desperate situation around somehow, then the inspector in front of me is my only chance. Let us present my collar pin, which is tradition. Inspector, can I show you this? What the? Is that a fabled Imperial Yume University pin badge? I'm not sure if it's really fabled exactly, but... So, you're a genuine student then? Sorry? Nothing like me with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you're trying to say? Can I have my badge back, please? Alright. Ooh, we can examine the seal? Cool. You drew the characters for this paper seal, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? They're such bold, vivid strokes you made. You're looking at a man who came aboard inside a trunk. Those brushstrokes needed to make a statement. If they'd found me in that wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean. I'm sure none of the crewmen would have done anything like that. Well, I'm not so sure. They would have forced you to wash dishes in the galley until you were on death's door, or something like that. Wash dishes until I was on death's door? That's a lot of dishes. Wah, 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 wah. Not all banter is that funny. Ah, these must be remnants of the glue you used to stick the paper seal on the wardrobe. Yeah, where do you get glue? That's right. It was pulverized rice. Oh, perfect. He actually explained. And that's actually an effective adhesive, yes. Pulverized rice? Yes, I pulverized some of the rice for my evening meal, even though it broke my heart. Broke your heart? What do you mean? Remember, I'm a stowaway on this ship. All I had to eat were Cosmo's leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice could have meant the difference between life and death. Oh my, must have been awful for you, Naruhodo-san. But I have some glue with me as it happens. You're welcome to use it this evening. Oh, thank you very much. I know I'm gonna need another sign so people will keep out of the closet, because that's gonna work again. That must be the same thing twice. Alright. The Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It would appear to have written in the victim's final moments. Wait, do we have a pictograph of this already? This magnifying glass thing is kind of interesting. Because so far it doesn't seem like it's... I think all it really does is blow up, you know, what's there. So it's not like you're seeing new stuff when you hover over it. It's kind of odd to me. I guess if you really need to look that closely at something. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper. Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Oh yeah, this is something that I kind of glossed over and didn't really absorb because I was so sleepy yesterday. Who is this guy? I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Huh. All that for that. Ooh, new information. Who is this? It's a ballerina, probably. Russian slender women on news is always a ballerina. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. Pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Yep, ballerina. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? I don't know, man. I got trouble remembering Japanese names, too. All down to familiarity. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from a dressing room. wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea. But I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Chisato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Oh, so she likes money. Interesting to note. The tiara is a property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director's beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Dang. Ryunosuke's racist. That's quite a lot of dialogue for that detail. It might be relevant later. A diary Cosmo was keeping of his trip to London. According to the last entry made before his death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. Right. 1:23 a.m. Who keeps a psychopathic diary like this? Holy shit. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. End of entry. And then 13 minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. End of entry. What is... Who writes like this? Who does this? Maybe diary is like a best translation that they could come up with for a concept or something that only Japanese people do. I refuse to believe that was actually a diary intended to be a diary. That's crazy. Anyway, I was going through this evidence trying to look for a reason to leave this room. I need to be able to examine the rest, or the next room over, presumably. What did I have that needed that? Oh, ventilator grill, ventilator grill. Alright, I got too wrapped up in the diary thing. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Alrighty. Oh, interesting. We got descriptions with our locations now. I think that might be completely brand new to this game. I don't remember this in other games yet. A cabin on the SS Buria and the scene of the crime. Cosmo's in there along with me. And this is a first-class passageway. Let's get out of here. And luckily that option that I toggled in the options menu does allow me to make all the text in a box display right away, so that's good. I don't know if Susato has any relation to Phoenix. I don't know if that's the thing they're going to try to imply eventually, or if somehow Susato is like... I would kind of be... I wouldn't like if they tried to bring the Fae clan and all that stuff into this timeline somehow. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem like the right way to go, because I don't think I think Spirit of Justice already established a timeline for the Fae clan that does have an accounting for this time period. And I don't think they were involved with this. I might be wrong, though. Phew, I'm finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. Less spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation? Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. Yeah, I don't know if she is. It's just like, you know, she's wearing the kimono and stuff like that, so I don't know if they want to do that, like, overly entangled with itself thing where every character you find in the past is somehow related to characters you know, or, you know, something like that. I would prefer if they didn't do that for this lady, at least. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. People in handcuffs. They keep doing this thing where he holds them up to the screen and it jars me every time. This is the FPS now, you have to punch people. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. So, shut up, lady. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Just saying, don't expect me to know this ship as though I've been around it, because I haven't, lady. Alright, time to examine what we can. The map, of course. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look. I feel like I'm playing the Oberdin again. Every game reminds me of Oberdin now. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Until all holes are breached and you realize it should have been a four-skinned hull. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Is she gonna teach us physics? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than this ship. Oh god, this logic sounds like it sucks. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. But there's like land and earth and all this, like, it's the earth though. There's nothing beneath them. They're not floating. You're crazy. Well, I suppose so. No, you don't suppose, Yunosuke. She's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, you're a great judicial assistant, I'm assuming, but I don't think you are a scientific person. That's what it implies. She just implied that Japan is a bunch of floating islands. That's crazy. That's a huge book on top of the table there. Why isn't it on a coffee table? And there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. It will be crucial for finding out how everyone died when the insurance adjustment guy comes. Should I have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Hold on one second. I'm going to mute my mic and clear my nose. Sorry, everybody. Got a bit of a stuffy sinus today. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay. Let's talk to the Russian man over here. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer.
That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid.
Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, beef stroganoff.
Beef stroganoff. Fantastic. You. Best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Alright, let's talk to him. You can talk to him. Cool. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area.
Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship, for very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. They want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal.
Thank you? That's hilarious because I have a little cousin who, when he was younger, he kept threatening to throw things in the ocean. He kept saying that he would throw things into the ocean, including Jesus. He said that he would throw Jesus into the ocean once. Because someone told him that, you know, his actions were things that, you know, Jesus wouldn't care for. And he doesn't want to make Jesus upset, does he? And then his response was, then I'll throw Jesus into the ocean, he said. Wonder how he's doing. Anyway. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Duh!
Or, wait, is that da? I don't know if that's actually da. I'll just say da. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like...
Duh!
I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Luckily, I do know it means yes. Genius.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. My mouth is watering with the prospect of another cabin mate. Passenger to the next door cabin, so I guess we can ask about that now. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman.
Western gentleman.
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
I can be so sure about that.
Mr. Roylott is an authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands.
That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business.
Okay. Then what about last night, then? I want more Russian guys. They're fun to voice. And also, this is another example of the Japanese weird character design thing where, like, burly foreigner men don't have eyebrows. Why do burly foreigner men never have eyebrows? I don't understand. Guile also doesn't have eyebrows. What happened to everyone's eyebrows? Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Duh. All time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? Oh god. That passed by weirdly.
It is sad about student boy.
We were on watch last night as well.
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? I'm assuming that's niet. And if so, I finally know what niet looks like in Russian. Susato-san, did you understand that? Why am I asking her again when she clearly didn't know the first time? It was clearly a no. Well, I guess she understood his intent.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? Oh, that's an interesting wistful look sideways. That's very subtle. He just does it while someone else is talking. It's not even to preface his dialogue or whatever.
I said no.
Sorry. Not so sure. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Okay. So, they're actually trying to incorporate that into the story. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Weird that he says catch my eye like that. Make eye contact is what you'd usually say.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yes, alright.
Bulkhead to second-class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Examining... Where does this go? That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Even though he left, I should have looked at the door while he was still sitting there. It would have made more sense. Can't account for everything. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. It's true. There are mysteries to solve. Let's see what this is. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? Interesting thing to say. That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. What? One little thing can do all that? That sounds crazy. That sounds more like an alarm that, you know, tells the helmsman to bring the ship to a stop. Or the navigator, whatever the heck you call him. That doesn't sound right. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruto-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. Oh, sassy pose. Good. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. Man, that's a mood. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. You know what? That is a very fair thing to say. Generally speaking, like, you know, you do you. As much as you want. Just don't screw with other people in the process, and you're fine. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe as I've been calling home. I'm Harry Potter, essentially. I have horses in there that I whisper to and see what they think. These cabins are on the finest on the ship. My own cabin is in steerage is number 539, by the way. Check it out sometime. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Wait, does that mean I have not... Oh, I didn't inspect this door. Oh, no, I didn't... Oh, God. I don't want to go in yet. This is it. This is a cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh no! Knock knock. No reaction. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Oh, stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. No, I want to inspect whatever the heck that thing was in the hallway. Oh, man. Bad decision making on my part. Who are you? Oh, man. Who are you? Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. Okay, so he has an accent too. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual. I love how they always say the actual. I wonder if there's any component like that in the Japanese dialogue, because if they put that in just because they couldn't use Sherlock Holmes, that's amazing. The actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! The case just shook. And now I'm shook. Leave now! Otherwise I call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. He keeps on telling us to leave, but he's not trying very hard to make us do so. Oh gosh. What is up with my sinuses today? Hold on. I'm gonna mute and try to blow that out one more time. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. And, okay. This music and this character design and this locale, all of this is screaming Layton to me. Like, this almost feels like Layton versus Right 2. In a way. So, I guess Sholmes is just gonna hang out in places. This bookcase was also rearranged. What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Okay, so they've officially made it clear that I am not going to see anything or inspect anything without having to talk to Herlock first. Fair enough. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. Spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react? How the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then, what you're about to see may well astound you. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me, is a fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? Wow, dude. Why so much anti-Russian stuff going on in here? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. That's not a bad saying. Shh. I must have complete silence. But what are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhodo-san. Never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Why did he go all British for those 2 words? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is weird. This is like a crazy... This is like a world in which Sherlock Holmes' exploits are published as as stories, but in universe where he lives. Was that a thing in the actual stories? Because I know that Watson presumably chronicled what they did. Like, he was actually the writer, the author, but were those releases like referred to or accounted for inside the universe of the stories itself? That'd be interesting to note, or to know. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. Oh. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Jesus, this guy. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh, I like this. Oh, new mechanic. I don't know anything about this. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place. This is cool. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. All this posing is so good. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. The little hand flourish is good. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, who knows if that's true? I'm actually not sure if they're going to paint Sholmes as like a more of a bumbling sort who makes a lot of assumptions that are wrong, or if he is going to be like the bombastic, I know everything all the time kind of guy. This is interesting. I don't know how they're going to play it. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ugh. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil, I don't know how to pronounce that. D'oeil? Coup d'oeil? Coup d'oeil? Betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper, where there's another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. The conclusion is kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. Elemensky. Funny. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment? Come here a minute. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I tried. They scream too much. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? I think we did see that on the article, though. Well, if she is 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. What a way to phrase that. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Okay, this guy's officially like a crackpot. Sherlock Holmes is a complete crackpot of a detective in this game. I guess if you're not if you're not into that sort of depiction of Sherlock Holmes, the fact that his name is Herlock Sholmes kind of softens that blow for you. Kind of works out. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's weird that he switches between Susato and Susato, or Miss Susato and Susato-san. Sato-san. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man has a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Yo! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay. 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 I think we're back. Oh my god. Oh. Alright. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what's been going on with my internet lately or if it's a YouTube thing, but, what exactly was Mr. Rolite really going to use those enormous shears for? So we can highlight the beard, the hat. Oh, wow. Golden locks. Well then, looks like this is the better thing to do instead. Can I inspect other things by hitting A? I can't present it. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's a secret, you see, Naruhodo-san. Don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold. Unimaginable. And a thick hat is a secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia. Huh. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Alright, so everything selectable has its own, like, bit of banter. By looking at the buttons on this coat. Could it be that Mr. Rolite was planning to cut these off? Oh, why? Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. Then, couldn't you just take off your gloves first? Aha! So he was going to use the scissors to cut his gloves off then. Oh wait, so he was going to use the scissors to cut his gloves off then. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective, Naruto-san. Oops, I think she's angry, because I'm acting way dumber than anywhere else in the game so far. Alright, so the only things to highlight are... Well, clearly... let's just go over that. Let's first examine the locks, and then... What the... What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylette's head? And how's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Hi! Whoa! Oh, this is good. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Okay, so he's gonna take everything in stride and act like it was his plan all along. That's good. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. They flinch with the spotlight, that's awesome. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruto-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. See, yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylett is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Beep, 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 beep. Article about the ballerina.
Yes!
Shh, I like this. That effect is always fun. I like that screen transition effect. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Wow. Oh, it kind of reminds me of the first witness from Ace Attorney 4. She was also a Russian lady with big hat. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. The conclusion, a ballerina on the run. Solved. Alright, now we got topic 2. What is your crime? Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you that I speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. We're doing it again, but there's... I feel like it's best to just perform it again. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. It's so dramatic. You want to do it. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina. She's right in front of her eyes. So clearly, she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. Excuse me. Hiccuping here. You know, this is actually very... Like, this mechanic is suddenly way more like Obra Dinn than any Ace Attorney game has ever been before, where it's like, hey, find the right thing, right word to place into this statement so that it makes sense. Interesting. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Jones? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Alright, so the statement reads, the proof of your crime sits before our eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Tiara? Well, I want to know about this traveling case because it was moving. It's a very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person could possibly fit inside there. So does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else? If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why'd she refuse to let us look inside? Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. Alright. Fair enough. Okay. I can only go bit to bit. Ooh, waste paper basket. She trying to throw something away? The waste paper basket? Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Fair enough. Oh, but these don't get, like, check marks. What happens if I try to recheck it? Okay, same dialogue. Yes, completely same dialogue. Good. I guess it must be the tiara then. That's the only thing around. Let's see what the tiara says, or what we say about it. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What's wrong with you? You're just talking about etiquette, and you're not supposed to try on what looks like a very, very expensive piece of jewelry that you just find in someone else's room while they're in it. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Hey. Hey. Yunosuke, anyone can wear a tiara if they want to, but you really should, like, want to first, though. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful and expensive. I'm poor. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Like in that article that we just brought up elsewhere.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! Oh, the clipping of the fur. It's pretty aggressive. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl's only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Ms. Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in that same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she's hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Well, let's just see. Let's discuss the case. Looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova? While she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try luck elsewhere. All this is a single node, a small picture, and the rules of passage. Probably the rules of passage, so let's look at the picture. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Is it Link? Or a descending one, it seems to me. You've been on the flat sea for a while. Maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Okay. Rules of passage. Rules of passage. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There is exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Or for weeks now, have I? It's the rules of passage. Because she's got a pet inside the case. Is what this looks like now.
Yes!
Like it. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is a last item as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. Ah! Straighten your hat. Nice. Possession of a prohibited animal. Solved. Okay, I really like how they are a team in doing this deduction thing and how they twirl around and keep pointing and like all this posing, it's perfect. I love it. I love it. It's great. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Did you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man, I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew... Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return... you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes. What? Observe your wrists. My... Ah! Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. And why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. It can't be shogunai'd. Can't it? Really? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Alright. Well, we can actually examine the books now and all this other stuff. Are we gonna... Let me see. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. I don't like when the characters are super hypocritical. I hope that's not like a running thing that he always does, because that's always really sucky. Alright, so we're not going to find out any more until we force her to tell us about whatever animal she's got. Fair enough. Let us converse. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Why would she be that scared at this point in the journey? We've already been at sea for like 2 weeks or something. Has she just been like a nervous wreck inside this room the whole time? You run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. And you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me.
So you ran away to protect yourself?
Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
Wait, do they know who she is, or was it as Roylott? She did not specify. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does.
What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. So much silence, so many ellipses. I think it's the ellipses in these games that make me want to skip text the most, but oftentimes, at least lately in these games, when you hit the A button to tell the game, show me everything in the box, it will still do little pauses and stuff. I don't know if the way it speeds things up is good enough for me to keep using it, so I don't know. I just get most tempted to skip ahead when I see the ellipses going too far.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
What the heck are you on about? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Alright. Finally, let's ask about your friend. So the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case, is that right? Or, wait, is inside? No, the friend you mentioned is inside, okay. I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage.
Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ah,
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
but what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy?
It is, isn't it? Oh, she's excited for puppies. She wants the dog. Maybe an adorable little rabbit?
Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then?
You may well ask. I have no idea.
You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends.
Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really?
Consider the benefits. Rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance.
So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that.
Niet.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Alright. What do we have? Oh, speckled band. Her pet may be a snake. Let's see. This is the inexplicably briefly written diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary.
Yes, and he wrote it in last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Man.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes, what?
Wow, she's fast.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please.
All right, I will come now.
What?
You must leave now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry about yourself.
Please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out!
The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out?
Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Like cartoon characters. Man, the chapter breaks in this game... Maybe it's because we'd been playing the first 2 games on this channel, and, you know, I've had an opportunity to play through them more recently, but the chapter breaks in this game feel very different. They're not nearly as predictable as before. Or they're not tied to, like, a very structured, like, investigation chapter. Court chapter, investigation chapter, etc. Can finally examine that thing on the floor. Oh, excuse me. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. Why did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these are securely back on my wrists. That's probably a good thing, honestly. We shouldn't be too broken up about that, because if we're going to be in view of people who know that I should be cuffed, I should be cuffed. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of these back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Yeah, this is a fun little bit of history, because East Asian countries, for the most part, didn't really have cheese. Or, yeah, cheese was something they didn't really have on their own. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers, and even if you do get in your mouth, you'll have severe lactose intolerance because you're Asian. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Kawai soul. I'll find a little snack for you later. Let's talk to him and... I really wish we'd had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin.
What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again,
Oh, no, definitely not that.
Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand?
Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Okay, it remembers that I checked the other things before it also, so that's nice. This stuff is... Oh. This stuff does not have check marks on it anymore. This is stuff we have seen before. That's pretty much exactly what it said the first time. Well, I think they took out a bit about him. So they updated it to not include him, even though he's back. Door leads to the second class area. It's locked, can't open it. Oh, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave us a very stern look when she said that. I guess all that's left is to look at this. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Right. Right. Oh, sassy pose. Anyway. Okay. New bit of dialogue here. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. I like that sideways look she has when she, like, looks around. It's kind of awkward that she freezes all of a sudden, but the movement is good. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Well, where is he, though? Examine. Then we can move. We can't go there. Oh, and it actually says, we shall never be able to enter the cabin with Seaman Stroganoff in the way. So there's always a comment from Susato below that makes it relevant to, like, maybe you should go there, maybe not. It's kind of neat. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He's going to talk to the captain about it. He'd said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Is he, like, right here? Oh, thank God. It retains the check marks from before. That's so sick. Oh, I love that stuff. I'm going to re-examine all the things that no longer have check marks. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it. Which is probably a snake. In fact, it was part of the cutscene near the beginning of the trial. Or, I mean, near the beginning of the episode. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Let's re-examine this outline. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. They spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. I hope this isn't too much of a retread of the first case of Justice for All, because that was well, I mean, there's almost always... I can't count how many times there's, like, a dying message of, like, a word or a name written down by someone who is dying. But if it turns out to be, like, a forged writing of a name, or someone else did it, then that's... I hope that's not the case. Ooh, the new information on the desk, because I think Herlock's not there anymore. This is where Kazuma spent his final This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like a sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. We will. Okay, all that stuff is all been examined before. We can re-examine this. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? Wait. Oh, Susato said that. Well, it's not like their voices are that different anyway. It's kind of hard. You have to look after this ship's properly, or after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. It's talking like a hotel manager. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. I'm very, very glad that I'm not that kind of person, given how untidy my environment tends to be. If I spent as much time as would be necessary to keep my area tidy, I feel like I wouldn't have a life. But that might be just me. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers may not keep weapons. Yeah, we've seen that before. So by bringing your pet on board, Miss Pavla has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form of this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. More to this than it seems, I think. Let's talk to Sailor Man. You! Where did you go? Sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Cold room? Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival. Even though well, I guess he doesn't necessarily work there now. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Alright. Hosonaga time. Yo, he's not looking so hot. It's also funny that he always has his arm up as though he's holding on to one of those Mater D towels. Or rags or whatever. But he's no longer a Mater D or waiter guy, so he really shouldn't be doing that anymore. Oh, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is...
Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches.
Made by a bear, maybe?
When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really.
Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh.
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though.
Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell what we found out.
Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door?
Oh, do you know who she is?
Please. What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel?
Oops, I think I upset him there.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least.
Oh? How?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
Oops, I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector. Please. What's this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death?
Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. No obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
He's right. Alright. No traces of external injury or poison. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Or was he... Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see?
Ah, perhaps
he was talking about...
Wait, it's Susato. My bad, not Hosonaga. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Yes, that must be it.
But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then. Weird descriptions of colors here. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as he scuffed on the floor? Is that everything for now?
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well...
Aw.
I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning.
A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Alright, we have done all the examining that we need to do. I think. There's nothing left to mess with. Interesting commentary here. Let's see what happens if we go back to the first class passageway. Unless... yeah, we don't have anyone to talk with or present to. And this game has this odd, a newish thing where in the course of examining things, there are people you can examine and then they become temporary conversation points where you have selections of what to talk about, but it's not because you use the converse panel. It's different. Pretty different. Let's see what happens if we go back to the passageway then, because I think I'm done there. Yeah, okay. Things have changed. Sailor's not back, or Stroganoff is not there. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor is always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Quit being so racist, man. Let's commit. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-li-ra-li-li-ra-li. I did it the... oh. I guess this must be her luck. Tra-la-la-li-la-li-la-li. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside the cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Let's go. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Chisato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too, look. The rules of passage. Yep. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friends disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. Oh, will she just arrange them? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Oh, no, don't do that. Then she'll know you were here. What's wrong with you, lady? Your OCD will be your undoing. All the books provided for passengers are on my shelf now neatly arranged on the shelf. Yes, it's very unthinking to dance around inside the cabins. Tell that to Ms. Pavlova, not me. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Yeah, you said that before also. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to bolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. What's in here? Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That's the possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of his ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. You idiot. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. You idiot! Why would you do that? No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. What the fuck's wrong with you? That was a Maya level goof there. I thought she was less goofy than her. I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Oh, excuse me.
Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Or wait, that was Susato. Oh well, doesn't matter. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? We already looked in there, though. Not Hodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Oh, geez, we're doing this again? Yep, same dialogue. Yep, same stuff. Interesting. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. We get to inspect the tea? Or the kettle? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. Wait. Okay, it was her. Just respond to yourself. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. A speckled band, maybe. And more to the point, where is it now? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Well, I feel like we've done everything we can. We've looked at everything that has an investigation, like, focusing node. I think we're good. But given how the rest of this game has been going, I'm kind of waiting for it to tell me, well, that's it for this room, or looks like we've done everything we can. The fact that I'm not getting that is making me a little anxious, like I'm missing something. I'm gonna do one last systematic sweep. No, 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 no. Looks like, okay. Let's get out of here then. Back to our cabin then, I guess. Do I need to talk to people? Oh wow, weird. Da, da, da. No. Okay, she said we should investigate more in this area. That was said. Okay, there he is. It's interesting that our interactions with Herlock like oftentimes begin with examining him in the environment. It makes him like a Where's Waldo type kind of guy. It's interesting. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Oh right, we were listening to him sing earlier. Forgot. Tra-la-la, li-li-li-lay, I did it the great detective way. This is the greatest plan. He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed this? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and I was about to reach a climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so if you're now as good a time as now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? It's a good animation for him. Mr. Sholmes, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there is nothing to report. Nothing to note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused a seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Would it be details? Should he be saying details instead of details? These are important details. I'll just assume that. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. I want to look at our evidence now. We have a postmortem report. That's new. Far Eastern male. Time of death between 1 and 2, a little past 2. Interesting time frame. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting, in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. And there's a mark on the floor. Part of a what looks like a bell. Shoe polish scuff. And finally the log. Nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report. And within the time frame of murder, from 1 to 2, we got nothing to report, and then at 2 o'clock, nothing. Absolute blanks. Interesting. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance. Ah. Oh. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Why does everyone have a headache? Heck, even before starting the stream, I started to have a headache. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Sasato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh. You too? And that's it for that. Where do we go now? Let's just move around until we find out what's happening. Ah! What's that?
Drop down the engines immediately.
Wait, no, this is a Russian ship.
Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sight at the Quartal Mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact.
What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Whoa! I can't stand... Sato-san, hold on to me! Wah! Sato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It's hard to pronounce these things, man. Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Is that Hosonaga? Yeah. Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly.
What? The bolt? Alright, the bolt. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Sato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Oh, darn. Well, these chapters are coming a lot faster. I've gone through 2 chapters in 2 hours and 31 minutes. Oh wait, no, that's not exactly true, because I was partially through the chapter already. So maybe it's about this. Okay, yeah, each chapter is roughly like an hour 30 of gameplay, maybe? Seemingly. The Unbreakable Speckled Band. That's what it was called. Maybe I should keep that in mind. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
You, what are you?
Wait, is a Russian accent? Do they do the V for W? Nuclear vessels. Like, they turn V's into W's in a very stereotypical accent. I don't know.
What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good.
Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship.
Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though.
Oh, how'd that happen?
There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil's the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector.
Yes.
Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man.
That, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You are devil.
Doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait. A cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there anything you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. So I can talk to all these people? Nah, this almost feels like Danganronpa now. Where everyone's just standing in a row in front of you. This guy. This freaking guy. It's like finding the Elite Beat Agents or the Oendan randomly. You gotta call for Holmes or Sholmes, and he's like... Os! What the... What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, yeah. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you, most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Budia, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. We gonna do it again? Looks like. Maybe.
Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who is responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it.
I didn't do it.
The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Duh, locked room. That is point.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door.
What other entrance? We never discovered one.
Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. Oh, good point. I mean, it was in the good direction, like, it lined up with his direction. Coincidental, but opportune. The ventilator, man.
The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks, man.
You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible.
Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam.
But what does it mean? What is this speckled band?
The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the... Whoa, what's happening? Oh, I like that. Yeah! This is a snake, he's cute. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. The snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Yeah, it's more like it's striped, eh? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe, with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness. Really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. He's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. I'm Asian, by the way. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. 2. The second. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horde events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Okay, we'll need to correct that. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. Oh?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. I love the sexy slither of a lady snake. Oh, baby. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury.
Ah.
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. That's going to be corrected. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you'd endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You
don't...
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. and its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. And quick little reminder for everybody. The difference between poison and venom is that poison is a quality of things that you ingest. So poison things are things that you eat, or like animal tissue or animal-based substances that are bad for you when you ingest them. However, venom is when they attack you and, inject something into you, either by a fang or a stinger or something like that. Venom is when the intent is to, when it's part of an attack, pretty much. So, when you eat stuff, it's poison. When they try to bite you, it's venom. Today I learned. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. They are speechless. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is a key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. Yes, Herlock Sholmes, the most famous detective ever. Herlock Sholmes. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Assuming I am predominantly right-handed. Which at the time I suppose must have been mandatory, maybe, I don't know. Depends on the culture, I guess. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh. I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Oh man, he's so dejected. He's so put out. Poor Sherlock. He's such a bungler. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where do they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular 2B. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. I really love all of the posing and stuff in these sequences. Like, it's just fun to watch this guy go. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And there's the first thing we gotta correct. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Hello, what are these? Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of a small animal. Fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Well,
Yes!
let's see what this says. Noise. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. The flinching, it's always so good. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is a writhing serpent we see before us. And this is a problem here. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh, here it is. A picture of a cat. Ah, and there's the bell. It was in the thing. Okay. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. I don't know if this is the right way to go about saying that. I don't know about that, man. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Little kitten or Miss Pavlova? Man, there's so many things to examine. That must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that. And she's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well, look. It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san, and you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. She must be a strong-willed woman. Turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit? Oh, okay. Compete for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is a little kitten we see before us, which is kind of odd to say because it's in a picture, but okay. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. I love that hand motion. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. The whereabouts of this black kitten shouldn't it be aren't clear? I think whereabouts, like, although used on singular parties, are themselves plural. I think, oh whatever. But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
No. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slough skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' speciality. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a speciality. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? The controls of this camera are inverted. Messes with me, I don't like it. What is this? Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. By the way, hi Marvin, welcome back. And I guess that kitten might be Bernie-like, sure. You should get one of these snake skins for him to play with. That sounds positively adorable. Okay, so that's the correction. We have to examine it in more detail and then... Yeah, it has a handle and everything, but it's all one thing.
Yes!
I love that. Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, the cat's toy. Mostly, yes, that's a thing. It's not deductions, it's inductions, although at this point it might be one of those like flammable, inflammable things, like the deduction and deduce have been used in the wrong way enough times that like they are recognized as meaning the wrong thing. I feel like that might have happened to him by now. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use a speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Kya! A truly troublesome feline young Darka's proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Yeah, there you go. People can read Marvin's explanation in the chat for a more concise explanation of deduction versus induction. The more you know.
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty.
A beloved kitten. Solved. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. Oh, was this a three-parter? Kinda forgot. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom, which is no longer relevant because now we know it's a kitten. What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Wow, we correct him in so many different ways. We look at the pointed... Like, we re-examine what he's already examining. We look at alternative things that he could mean instead. And we also provide evidence to refute what he's saying. There's a lot going on here.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. We have to refute that. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix his deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
The mark on the floor. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark wait, no, this is Sholmes. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Let's look in the case. This is where Miss Pavlova hit her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where's it got to? Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. Started sounding Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Traveling case, waste paper basket. Nothing else in this direction aside from the tiara and the basket. There are only 3 selectable things here. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them. Ms. Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh hey. What? Didn't we already look at this basket today? Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. I guess this is it then.
Yes!
In that waste paper basket. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asugi's cabin. And as you can see, the 2 pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket inside your cabin?
Yeah.
You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be... Wait. Linking her and the bell? Oh, we have her in a photograph already here. I didn't realize that we had added this photograph to evidence.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darkest collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Oh, that's not good to really... That's devastating. You wouldn't want your pet to be the cause of someone's death. That sounds awful.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat. That's so blunt and plain. Deduction complete. Elementary. Cool. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka. So I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that
point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again.
By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining
Wait! Why? Crud. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. I should realize that Sholmes is more verbose. Like, I started to realize midway through reading this, it's like, wait a minute, that isn't right. Too many big words here. She's not saying it. And I even botched the read of Sholmes.
Dark always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Cosimo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Meow. Thud.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. He was totally silent.
Cosimo was.
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darka's nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake?
You're right. Where is it?
If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? I like that he's petting it.
Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko. What?
What?
That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here.
Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin?
But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we're at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands?
Can you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But, my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in?
No venom. Roscoe does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. Like Babushka.
It's venomless.
Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
Alright, suddenly I like Stroganoff. This whole snake thing has endeared me much to him. I like him. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Roscoe eats mouses. Big fat round mouses.
Ah. Oh, so... Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
But you can't... Like, if you're gonna be out at sea for a year and depend on catching ship mice for food, then... Like, are you relying on a self-sustaining ecosystem where you only catch some mice? Like, you can't eradicate the mice, or else you destroy the food supply. So you need to allow the mice to run around and breed only enough to allow the snake to eat them. That sounds complicated. Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Wow, that's an interesting pose for Sholmes. You look like a protagonist in a certain kind of visual novel game. I'm not gonna say what kind. Anyway. It refuses to drink milk. I can't hear a whistle. I can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? Wow, what a weird thing to say.
It is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco has nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. What a clown of a, like... Your best friend tripped to his death. And we deduced it with this showy, spinny, pirouette-y, pointing, snapping deduction sequence. I got to have a lot of fun figuring out my friend's death. Tone. This series has lovely tone. Alright, y'all. Stay quiet forever, all of you. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But...
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba?
What lies?
Miss Pavlova just confessed everything.
Aw, man. Is there another component to this?
It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
Oh, Sholmes is quiet. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding our shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. Why do you do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know why I'm having trouble being satisfied with how I say that right now. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Is this a new mechanic now? Are we gonna have, like, one last thingy? The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Right, we gotta solve that too. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. Well, we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Oh, that's his hold it? I don't think I heard that before. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts in Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident.
Really?
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I'm not entirely sure where they're going with this either. There's a lot of details that I haven't really been thinking that hard about. Let's see what we got. So he wrote wardrobe with ink. There isn't a whole lot to this, I don't think.
Okay, all this about the beard and stuff and a revolutionary. Faint whistling sound, speckled band. That's oddly detailed. Why is that? Post-mortem report. That doesn't seem to provide much. No. My thinking is that it's this photograph because it shows like what Cosma did in response. I think that's what it is. I'm gonna try it.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Oh, wait a minute. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Oh, duh. If he broke his neck, he would not have been able to do that. It's something because it's like you read through the evidence list and you're not really thinking of everything together, and so in the description it'll say like he probably wrote in his last moments. So I'm like, okay, sure, fine, he probably did that. But he broke his neck, so neck broken people don't have time to write Russian. Indeed, it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. I read that with weird inflections. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ugh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Sato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Now this one I'm not too sure about either. So what were they saying before? A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. Well, I guess this, huh?
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor.
But that's the glass belt the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic?
Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw.
The fatal flaw.
What?
If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova?
Oh, no.
Both those pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Did I say conclusion? Conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yeah.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... Ooh, who said that?
You are wasting time. Someone else was there? There, of course, we know this.
What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time.
And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions.
Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. It's pretty directly under it, though. That's probably one of the best shots you have in the room of seeing what's on the floor. Whatever. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. But then she would have realized that she was missing pieces of it, which means that they must be down there, so she should have been a little more dedicated about finding them. I say.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman Stroganov.
Nina is a woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible.
Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. In fact, I think wasn't it you who talked about the thread thing earlier? And then we already talked about how these doors wouldn't, whatever. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so, okay. Jesus. Okay, whatever. Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? What the hell, dude? Why are you throwing me under the bus here?
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo? Narhodo? Narhode? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method. Oh, and here they don't allow you to, like, focus on a note or anything. It doesn't give you any tells that you're hovering over something good. Alright, whatever, it's fair. But it's this stuff. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? Toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah. Oh. I got battery alert. Alright. The battery situation is averted. I'm now plugged in again. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then...
Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Well, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. That's when the ship stopped suddenly. The bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Sudden change of speed, too. Because that was on a boat. That's a joke, see? Or the first of ineptia, or if you want to call it that.
Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed,
We get to see that work. That doesn't look exactly how that should work. Oh, they did not animate that very well at all. That looked like crap. Oh boy, that did not look that good. The SS Buddha made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came to this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched.
How could that have possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough.
Hmm?
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. What's the proper way to pronounce button with the accent? Do they say button, or will they only ever say button? One such button. Button? Button. Button? Button. Button? Button. Maybe button.
Wait, it was you.
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. Sounds crazy, actually. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Buria's huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? I wish you would just call me Ryunosuke or something. Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency ripped this vessel last night? The headline reads, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, this must be it.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol this first class. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right?
That is correct. Why?
In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log. That is... duh, because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write, "nothing to report," wouldn't you?
Look,
Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
stop talking rubbish. And if I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh? Why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing?
Sorry? What do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah.
Oh, yes. I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Have I? My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. Is this going to be a Leighton style we all got drugged? And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
A sleeping drug?
Oh my god, they actually were all roofied. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Holy shit, really? Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman?
Ugh.
I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Look at him looking around. Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. They just stick like a slab of drugs inside the chicken and everyone just ate it. No one had any problems. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Come on.
Duh. We could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve?
Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door.
But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt to the single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Wait. So they didn't need to stop it so that they could allow her to board. They needed to stop it just to close the door. I thought... Okay.
You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. I don't know about that, man.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait. A laudable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. This chicken tastes like sleeping pills, yes. Precisely. There's very little roofies in this chicken. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Okay, so it's almost like they're turning investigation, like there's no longer a dichotomy of courtroom versus investigation, because in the course of investigating, you get to do like a deduction sequence where you present things and are led around to new revelations and stuff. It's like this in of itself is kind of like a courtroom sequence, like slightly different, but it seems more involved than say like a psyche lock break or something like that. Yeah. It actually feels a lot more like Ace Attorney Investigations in the way, you know, instead of the courtroom, you do all this other stuff. The only thing is that you don't actually control a character around a map or anything. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said. Of these two prevaricators. Prevaricators? Never heard that word before. Wonder what that means. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Cosma died. What suggests that someone else was at the scene? Let's look at this hat. Have you noticed something significant about Seaman Stroganov's hat? Oh, no, sadly not. I was just thinking that if we'd only found it in Cosmo's cabin, it would all be so easy. That's true. A hat dropped at the scene would have been very conclusive evidence. Ah, that's a point. I'm sure I saw your university uniform hat at the scene somewhere. That is not a point. At least not one I'd like you to make. Ink stain. That would be it. It's always turning them around that lets you see it. I hate the inverter controls so much. It's so bad. Or they're not inverted enough. I don't know. It isn't what I'm typically used to in a third-person platformer game or whatever. I guess that's it. Wait. Right ear? Whose right ear? Oh. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is a clasp part that attaches to the ear. That's the case. She doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Oh, will we have evidence for both of them then? Left ear. We can examine individual ears. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we get to see the control. What's that? Something dangling down from her ear. Ah, it's an earring. Crescent moon part looks like as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. Does that mean I can check the right ear again and get different stuff? Okay. Nothing else about her or that. We got chunky arms. Why can we examine chunky arms? He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks. Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man. Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Weird. Sailor's hat. Can we examine his midriff? No. Not her buttons either. Alright, ink stain. Oh, look at this. Some kind of stain. In an unusual place. Yes, you're right. Looks like ink if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. Alright, I guess...
Yes!
But what about the earring? The fact that the earring's missing is also fascinating. Seaman Stroganoff? You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is.
What caused the purple stain? Wait. Does this picture have the ink thing in it? There's that. There's no ink here. Okay, this is the best shot of it that we have then. I think. There's only 2 pages. Yeah.
Yes!
Hi. It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused a stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop, and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he felt...
Wait, nope. That's Runosuke now. Oh, it's been Runosuke. The kitten escaped through the ventilator and into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor?
Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers?
Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel?
Yeah, that was him.
The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
Yep. He tripped over a cat and broke his neck. But then there was a big cover-up, so we had to undo the cover-up. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
I know, it sucks a little bit that he had such a, yeah, like a, what a silly end for my best friend and cool guy. He was the edgelord, man. When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
I like when oh god, what? When Susato. I keep forgetting it's Susato. I'm trying to always remember. I can remember Sato, but for whatever reason, I can never remember Su that comes before it. But I like whenever she asserts herself and, like, just pretty much shuts people up. Like that. It's good. Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. Oh.
Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
I understand. And I believe you. Boy, am I glad that he wasn't already, or that he wasn't alive. Because then it would only make her look like a complete asshole for not doing something. So is that finally it now? We discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph... Yes, I took this myself, you know. They finally explained why this photograph exists. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Well... Oh god, why are they always quizzing me on this sort of shit? If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? I mean, it'd be the neck part, right? Why wouldn't the neck part be the unnatural part? Well, yeah, the writing shouldn't be there. Like, we established all that. Like, we already determined that he couldn't have written it because he had an instant... He died instantly, and also because he didn't know Russian. Yeah, we went over that, at least. I'm gonna save here. I mean, I feel like we should see some sign of trauma in this area. We were not really seeing it, right? But the postmortem report did say without doubt that he did have a broken neck, so... I'm just gonna go with the neck first and see where it goes.
Yes!
Okay, this isn't right. Must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that. It was beef stroganoff, apparently. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertips. Sure, but we already explained it! Don't tell me that's what we have to do now. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I... I mean, I guess that has to be it then. Fine. Fine.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident. Yeah, that's true, but I feel like if you're already tampering that much with his, like, his right hand of right stuff, you could do anything to his left hand. Oh well, I guess it is just one more detail that we haven't actually, like, gone over yet, so might as well just do it for safety. And this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Her earring. He has her earring in his fist.
What do you mean?
Yeah, and like you can fall with your fist. Like it's most common to open out your palm, but like I've fallen on my fist before too. It's not impossible. Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. Did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yep, it's the earring. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Up. God damn it. Right here.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose.
What?
But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon.
Oh. I don't believe it.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no.
Angel.
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Ugh. Нет. It was in Russian. Is this her talking?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait!
Well, at least she doesn't seem like evil and malevolent, though.
I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin,
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
oh, yes,
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
ah,
Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh?
no, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him.
Okay, so you murdered him.
I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be
Well, I guess she should just say it. Please, I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
Yes. I went in the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote the Russian word for wardrobe so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway?
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I...
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know.
What?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He was going to open the wardrobe and ask for my opinion. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed. Oh, wait, whither, as in where? Is whither a word for where? Yeah, I was gonna open up the wardrobe and be like, hey, Ryunosuke, I got a girl here, what do you think? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. That a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. Out? I feel like off would be the right word for that, whatever. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? The bell cord? The bed? Or the wardrobe? Should I bother with the extra options? I kind of want to see what he says about the bed. His bed. I remember him being annoyed about the pillow. He said it was too thin. Did he put that big, thick book of Japanese law underneath it, in fact? Perhaps he was thinking of looking something up. Either that or talking to Miss Pavlova made him acutely tired. Oh, I get an award for that? Sick. I'm probably missing stuff, because I'm kind of not... Every so often, I'm opting not to examine everything. The bell cord. So Miss Pavlova thought that he was just coldly ignoring her request and going to pull the cord. But the Kazuma I knew would have never done something like that. No, I'm sure of it. It writes itself, Marvin. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only I wasn't roofied to shit, and if only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened. Alright.
Take that!
Take that! Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. However... what's directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe. The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult with his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. Harsh, man. And then he says this with an exclamation point. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then?
Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard.
What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out.
Mr. Sholmes can do that? So, she won't be going back to Russia then?
No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life.
I see.
I'm sorry. See,
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But they didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again as I show you my wrists. Thank you for freeing my wrists, sir. Look at them, please. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But, well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan.
Yes. I did stow away, after all. Didn't really expect any different. I will end you, Russian man.
So, you should go back to your cabin now.
Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh man, I don't like this. Susato-san. His sword, man. Oh no, it's his sword. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. No, what is that? I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now... Now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say, says... Osanaga, of course Osanaga. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I'll do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least... Huh?
Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! What's the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny. Urlock is a clown. He's a total clown in this game.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. And I hope that one day I'll be able to add an extra L to that fulfill. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant.
Was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Where's Susato-san?
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes. Miss Susato. Instead of Susato-san this time, for whatever reason. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah.
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work.
But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Really? We're gonna have a crash course month? We're gonna have a montage? It'd be fun if we had a montage. I doubt it, though. Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. I was seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days.
There's only one way to find out. I'll work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? Yeah, it's kind of weird that he's... like, maybe he wasn't studying to become, like, a defense attorney, but studying law, at least. I thought he was at least supposed to be studying law. I don't know. I don't know what he's studying, then. I feel like I should, do some background research to find out what the hell this arrangement even is. And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. Wow, they muted all the sound so we could say that. What do you say, Mr. Sato? A smile. Aww. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No, it's madness.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating?
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Aw, Herlock's sticking out for, he's sticking up for me. What a good guy. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Now Herlock's into me. We can all do stuff.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice.
Inspector.
After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Soredewa.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes! I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Yo, it's named Karma? That's like... that's... as in like... Francisca and Manfred, their Japanese names, their last name is just Karma. I wonder what the significance is, then. Like, is the sword supposed to represent the prosecutorial side of law? That's interesting. That's very interesting. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mrs. Sato, seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. She has books in any sleeve. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. Oh. That slap on the page there, that's good. Good smacking. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness. What is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times? What? I don't know. Maybe Kazuma is related to the Karmas. I don't know. It's just weird that his sword is named Karma. I want to know more about that. It seems like they intended something with that. Anyway, judo throws. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgettable. It was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. She did do that. Ah, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. Just fling me across the room. It's gonna be great. No. I don't even know how. I've never even thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mrs. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're still there. I guess I showed you my creepy throw fetish. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw? Yes, I'd be honored. Yeah! He literally punched her face just now. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Oh yeah, she might as well have invented Japanese pro wrestling. Yeah. That's canon. That's canon now. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Hiya! Our father. Gone. Yeah! They will pay. Yeah! I, Tatsu, now lead. Let any who challenge step forward. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that's what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. And for a second, Susato sounded like Sherlock Sholmes. That's fine. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosma flickered into my mind. Oh, flashback? Karma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asugi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. Can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. You can tell us what it was? That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Okay, so he never told us. Great. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And that's the end of that episode. How come these awards that I get seem to be colored different metals? Like I saw a bronze one and a silver one, and like I know we have the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, but I'm not sure if that's relevant here. If it really turns out that his entire plan was to go to Great Britain to propose to Susato, then I'm not sure if I would deem that great writing. It would be, I don't know what to call that. It would be twee writing. Maybe. I mean, PSN trophies are also the same, where it's like the most common things are bronze, less common things are silver, and the only way to get a platinum is to get every other trophy, and etc. Oh boy. That was 5 hours of attorney action. Well, actually, no attorneys were involved. It was just mystery action. Anyway, I just saved. It is now 1:43 a.m. 1:44. I would say that is enough of a stream for today. So, Man, it kind of sucks how both times I've streamed in the last 2 days, I've had like a spot of like YouTube disconnectivity, and I really wish that wouldn't happen. I don't know if it's just me. I did notice that my connection was flagging and having some real trouble briefly. But I don't know. I hope it doesn't continue as I try to keep playing this game. I don't want it to become a thing that happens every time, because it freaks me out every time. All right. Well, I would say that's enough of this for tonight. I will see you guys next week, probably. I don't intend to stream tomorrow or on Sunday. Wait a minute. Should I stream on Sunday? We'll see. We'll see. Just stay tuned for updates, I guess. I'm going to try to stream this, you know. I'm going to try to maintain this pace the best I can. Just because it seems to take 2 fat streams to get through any episode. So if I have 5 of them left, then I have a minimum of 6 more streams to do. Probably more than that. So that's a lot. But I am having fun. This is good Ace Attorney stuff. I am glad to finally be playing this game 6 years later. That's it for today, everybody. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Hope you are enjoying this playthrough so far. Alright. See y'all later. Goodbye. Oh, this music is actually more relevant than it used to be, because now we have the sword, and this is the theme for the prosecutor from Ace Attorney 5 and 6. Yeah, Black Quill, he's the guy with the sword. So I associate this song with swords. Yeah. And the beginning song, and just in case anyone was wondering what that was, before I start the stream, that's the Mass Inquisition Allegro song from Leighton vs. Wright, which I brought back because it's like, well, it's where the mechanic originated, and I actually really like that song. Anyway, good night, everybody.